Okay, all right, let's get started. Sorry about that. Man, it's just at least like with the kind of nonsense that like I do for ILR work, it's just you hope that people get back to you. And when they do, you're like, "Okay, good." And then you send the information off and then it's somebody else's problem. So, that's at least one positive about this. All right, let me just I'm. It's been. I've skipped one day of this game, and I kind of forget what happened. What in the world actually happened? Um. Let me see. Okay. No, we got Titans. We've dang near become the full Avatar now. We've gotten Titans. Nonsense. Uh, thinking Torgal is a magic dog. I think I did the. Yeah, I did do the side quests. Was there
How to brew a bitter, all right.
I don't think there was a stinking hunt that I needed to do, and if there was, if there was, um, stuff done. Actually, oh, the quest. No progress. Oh. Anyway, I think what we're doing now, we cut off Kukav's hands because that's just how video games work. It's like you can be fighting to the death in the actual like fight, then nothing happens, and then if anything actually lasting happens, it happens right afterward, even though you've done worse during the fight. Anyway, let's go see what your boy Tomes has to say about our good ducky.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him, like, in the first place?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory. Clive, I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other...
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a frostwolf, it had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal.
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shan't be a moment.
Who's Bernard? Oh, Bernard is the stinking carpenter that we stole from Martha's Rest. Here I am going like, the heck is Bernard? Sometime later. I mean, kind of a monkey shop, but I guess a shop all the same. Works.
Isn't it brilliant?
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. You and everyone else. But I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot, starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
Got some long hair.
Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
What the heck is she gonna be doing down here? I'm guessing we might be able to make stuff or something down here. I don't know. This game is weird. It doesn't really strike me as like something that like a game that I would really need to make junk with. But I mean,
I wish Miss Middledore would let us help her with her dungeoneering. I wonder what she's going to dungeoneer next.
Dungeoneer? The heck does that even? You know, I don't know.
I think I'll wait till Midsome Ways take it to
Hey, her name's Middle. See, now that sounds a bit more appropriate. What the heck is this? The heck am I? Okay, at least I think I'm getting there. So, Torgal is a descendant of Fenrir. I'm cool with that.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
Are we literally just gonna wait here? Okay.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear of you.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
Clive, have you got a minute? We, have a guest.
A guest?
Well, that sounds sus.
For your trouble.
It was a pleasure, in hindsight.
Wait a minute.
Uncle Byron? Clive, my boy!
It's your boy.
Tap a cask and stoke the ovens for your favourite uncle is here!
Weirdo. What's he doing here? You know what? That's fine though. As long as he doesn't stinking betray us, but I expect nothing. Meanwhile, this is the Empire. Twinside, the Holy Empire of Sunbreak. Seat of the Imperial Court.
The Dalmekian
Audience
government
chamber.
sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Why is their son just sitting like that?
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
This is so creepy.
Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmex will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmex to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on.
This is a monkey.
Dion?
Yes, sire.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
This is some monkey.
If that is your wish, Your Radiance, I shall depart at once.
I swear, man.
May Gregor forgive you.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
So Annabella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
This is weird and messed up. I don't know.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here?
Okay.
Only one one way to find out.
So it seems okay. So obviously, the Wicked Witch of the West, stinking what's it called, betrayed her kingdom because she's all about that power and whatever. Even though she was a literal duchess with the blood of stinking the Phoenix dominant. I don't get it. And so she betrayed her kingdom. She went over to the Empire because she thought they were stronger. She gave the stinking, what's it called, the king, a son. Why? I mean, obviously why? Because, you know, the more heirs you got, the bigger hold you have on, you know, whatever nonsense you have hold on. So she has a son named Olivier, but the king already had another son. What happened to his other wife? Probably died in childbirth, because that's how stuff happens here. I don't know, who knows. But Prince Dion is the stinking dominant of Bahamut. You would think that, like, you know, he'd be in good graces with the king, but apparently not. But I think that's just because, you know, he actually has some stinking morals. So the king is just like, okay, so we're gonna win either way. And, you know, we're just gonna force it for as much gold and stuff as we can. And then when they finally want to straight up give up, we'll just take them over. We don't need no stinking peace treaty if we just straight up take them over. Which, I mean, okay. But if y'all keep fighting, as your boy Dion said, the people go and suffer. But then the dude is like, let them stinking eat cake or something. I don't know. Hold on, can we? Like, Can I like, hold on, I need to see. All right, where's it's the reading table. Where's Mr. Book? He's in the shelves. All right, hold on. I need to see something. I actually want to know more about your boy Dion now. Besides the fact that we know that he is a very skinny looking Bahamut with weird looking wings and apparently like pretty darn strong. I don't know. I'm a little confused now. So what does Olivier have to do with all of this? He doesn't seem to be a dominant. He does not seem to be a dominant because they already have one. There's already a crown prince, so he's just a spare, I guess. Or the king was using astrologers to see whether or not his first son would stinking go against him. So he had another son just in case.
My knowledge is yours.
I have no idea.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you.
The Holy Order of the Shields of the Black Pinion. Okay. I don't know what all
What
this
subject
is.
shall we consider today?
Daughter of Sid. Okay, we already know that. Cool. It's the dude. Koopa doesn't have he doesn't have hands no more. Wait, hold on. Impasse, don't care. I want to know about. Oh, hi Nectar. Okay, where's Dion Lesses, leader of the Dragoons, the warriors of the Emperor of Sandbreak, who are the first to leap into the fray when the Empire finds herself under threat. Often literally. Dion is also the dominant of Bahamut, the Warden of Light. Isn't Bahamut usually darkness? Or like Almighty? So light is kind of into. So then who's darkness? I guess Odin would be a darkness. Firstborn son and loyal subject of Emperor Sylvester, ruler of the Holy Empire of Sandbreak, as well as leader of the Empire's most elite fighting force, the Dragoons. Dion is also dominant of Bahamut, Warden of Light, and is oft called upon to summon his icon in defense of his countrymen. Most recently in the year of blah 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 when Odin took the field. That tells me nothing. That tells me that legit tells me nothing. So then, do we have an update on the Wicked Witch of the East? Her last name is Ninetails. That's kind of cool. Not gonna lie. Annabelle Fifth. You actual monkey. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I do like her new dress. I do like her new dress, not gonna lie. Emperor of the Holy Empire of Sandbreak, formerly Duchess of Rosaria, before she betrayed her nation and gifted it to the Empire for a short while after the fall of the duchy, was taking into the protection of the Imperial Crown, a pretense that ended with her being bargained remarriage to Emperor Zester, the birth of Prince Olivier, and her return to rule over Rosaria as Vicereine. This tells me nothing. He's not that important yet. Oliver, second son of Zester, Holy Empire, blah blah, and third of Empress Annabella, making him the half-brother of both Prince Dion and Clive. His mother is involved him in affairs of the Imperial Court since he was a small child. But he doesn't seem to really do much of anything, and low-key, he doesn't really seem to be all there.
Everything you needed?
He really doesn't seem to be all there. He seems about as old as your boy Joshua was, if not maybe a tiny bit older. He's probably still being breastfed. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's go see our uncle, because I'm just confused. I don't know what's going on, and I low-key hope that we are the ones who cuts the Wicked Witches sneaking through. I'm sorry, I don't care. She's not real. She's not real. Uncle! Hi!
Ah, my dear nephew. How I've missed you.
How did you find this place, Uncle?
Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter. Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you. Please, come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000? Seems legit.
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. Come here and I'll show you. It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her royal navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. Or would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. to spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
So it was the Waludas who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned, and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Alright, so I'm guessing we're still trying to go and find your boy Kupka and kill him? Loki, we actually no. I guess sucking out the power of we killed everything, yay. Sucking out the power of people hurts us, so we couldn't really kill him. We did take his arms though. Not his arms, his hands.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang. I'll be leaving before sunset.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head. I won't risk any more than I have to. I promise.
The Lancer and the Fang are all Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's. And only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
So, what about your uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried. He'll be coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
Dr. Barn? Wait a minute. So is it just gonna be us two? We're not taking Lily? Okay, well, Torgal's gonna be with us, but we're not. I guess Lily has to rest.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
I like his uncle. His uncle's cool. Alright, make for the Velcroy Desert. This is gonna be real sus. The Velcroy Desert, a vast arid sea of sand and stone that has been slowly consuming western Dalmatia since time immemorial. Alright, here we go. We're going into the desert. The Dalmatian Republic. Just call me Rabbinaster.
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Sweet. Riddle of the Sand. So wait, are we fighting with our uncle? Oh, he uses an axe. Okay, you know what? I like him even more now. So make for the Damil Inn. So that's where we're gonna go and meet some lady that stinking Sid knew, because Sid knew everybody apparently. That's
Our
a bud.
destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Hey there, Dragon Huggles to Hunt. Okay, I see. I swear, I take one day off from playing, and I have no idea what the heck I'm sneaking doing afterward. Anyway, I'm actually on time for once for my stream. That doesn't happen usually. So here he is. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the stupid nonsense for this now. That was a little nonsense. So basically, last time on Dragon Ball Z, we didn't kill Kuka, but we cut his hands off. So now we're trying to go and straight up kill Kuka because, you know, he's kind of being a monkey, and we're not into that stuff. We're not trying to kill the stinking, what's it called, Crystal. We just want to kill Kuka, and then we'll focus on the Crystal at some other point. It goes. The FF game, it goes. It's still good. I'm a little bit more confused because some weird political stuff is happening, and more characters are getting like more fleshed out, but I still don't understand what's going on. I still hate our mom. It's overall, it's still pretty good. Wait, are those red chocobos?
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Nah. This is, oh, it's just wild chocobo. Actually, you know what? This isn't a red chocobo. A red chocobo would literally destroy my face. I bet you stinking 5 nickels that like a red chocobo is gonna be a hunt, and it is not gonna be fun. You don't mess with red chocobos. I'm being legit. Unless you're in stinking, actually no, in stinking 12, you don't mess with red chocobos either, because those nonsenses are rare and they would eat your face.
This one.
They would stinking eat your face. I'm not gonna lie, the stinking white chocobo could go down to fire too. It wasn't even that hard. Like, it didn't even hit you that hard. It was just stinking. It just kept running. It was a little, why are you running? Please stop, sort of thing going on with that. Alright, I don't believe there's anything truly needed around here. It's just, we heard you like sand. I hate sand. It's coarse and dry and it gets everywhere. Arabian nights like Arabian days, more often than not are hotter than hot in a lot of good ways. Arabian nights like Arabian, ooh, shiny, like Arabian dunes. A fool off his guard would fall and fall hard out there on the dunes. I am, okay. I wanted to see how far we could follow that stinking lizard, and apparently it just digs into the sand because the game designer for like, somebody is gonna follow this. Someone's gonna have enough stinking ADD to follow this lizard. We need to make it go away. We can't have it running around forever. guessing this is just a little respite because, you know, there's... Okay, I think I see a town over there. So this is a straight up road. There's wild chocobos here, some stuff. Otherwise, it seems pretty normal. You got the people and they're like, you know, desert wraps so they don't die. We out here with our...
There she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Here we are in our stinking, what's it called, our emo red and black leather. With our thigh highs. I don't know how we're not dying. You smell something.
Look, there.
Black chocobos?
Those are ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
Oh, ashen steeds.
And such a long ride from Stonehair. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Sneak 1000.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal? Would you rather be my squire?
I have a bad feeling about these. Don't kill the girl, she seems nice. Or hold on, is that... Wait a minute, that's the person who was with the baby. Wait, they're here?
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
We're literally right next to the baby. Will we see him? Probably not, but eh.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, we'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go. Hey, you.
My guy. We just have to open his big mouth.
Uncle? Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
We gon' fighting.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
What is he? What is he doing?
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose.
What is he?
Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? Uncle Byron is best, Uncle. Yo, okay, I'm into it.
Try it.
Bravo, my boy! Just like that!
You know, y'all didn't have to die. Y'all chose this life. What? Y'all didn't have to die. Y'all thought it was gonna be good. I'm not Goku, I'm just saying.
For your trouble. Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Okay, we got some funny in the game. Some of it.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine.
Clive?
He knows.
What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang. We should press on before any more of their friends turn up.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Won't chip, won't crack, no matter how rocky the road.
Final sting. That is where we were? Wait, the baths? Are these like actual baths?
This town is truly blessed. The bustling markets, the healing waters, and all under the watchful eye of Lord Kupka, who stands ready to crush any threat that might face us.
Sure.
How about a hot bath to soothe the aches and pains of the road?
Okay, so wait, where are we going? We are going down. Alright, I just want to look around this place because this is some Aladdin nonsense. Are those hookahs? They is, I think. They look like hookahs. I'm not 100% sure, I don't smoke. Water though. The water looking kind of nice.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven. Here. Have a
Once
taste.
you go flat, you don't go back.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
The finest fabric.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
The inn's a mess of blood-soaked splinters, thanks to you. The least you can do is let us clean up in peace. I told the guard those soldiers started it. Don't need any more trouble.
Yeah, we gave you money to, you know.
What a fight, is it? Some people can't handle their drink.
Sorry, but the master's not here at the moment. All orders have to go through him.
You could melt butter in that furnace, get it stoked.
Alright, so I'm guessing we can't really do much here.
Bride of place.
It would make a fine gift for your beloved.
Light beaten dark, fresh from the grill. Get it while it's hot.
I don't know, this place is kind of cool. Then again, we haven't really been to the desert. Well, this looks sus, isn't it?
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means. The wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Speak to the townspeople. Ayo, who's the richest person around here?
Light it for Gilbert's sake. You're a bearer, aren't you? I was a fool to waste good coin on you.
Dang. Hello.
Anything I can help you with, travelers?
Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
We've learned nothing.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort.
1 sec.
Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
I love it whenever I get random calls that are just not people.
Looks like we're getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Speak with the villagers. Okay, I'm supposed to be here.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask Furder. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
Something sus. So let's go find this Furda.
It sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furda knows.
Sweet incense. What candle?
Hello?
Excuse me. Are you Furda?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Oh, that was easy.
Just look at the detail.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts us.
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Oh wow, okay. Well, this is the introduction, I suppose. Valley Bruiser. It's the name that you'd give, like, Sticky Jacks or something. Alright, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, we didn't kill him.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Furder?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the Men of the Rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
The Lock of Leisure? I'm guessing
the Lock of Leisure.
The baths? Or another brothel? What is a Lock of Leisure? Who knows?
Needed to a juiciest meat.
Is this the place?
Ubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Delamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Furder told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second.
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
Follow the the crystals.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil.
Now we need to go and solve the woes of everybody in stinking Agrabah because Aladdin's like, ayo. Yeah. Speak with the townspeople. Hello.
Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang, for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
Chicken! Okay, so there's been some sneaking crystals have been stolen. This place is doing legit because they got people with money to spend. Courtesan.
What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
My carpets have pride of place.
What was all that crashing?
Wait, is it an open now?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
Oh, please don't let him be dead. He's probably gonna be dead, not gonna lie, but... Wait, hold on.
suffice as a deposit.
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
That's dangerous, kids.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the underworld. But enough about my little act of subterfuge. What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere, and pocketing the profits.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then, just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off his face.
This seems personal.
I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
Of course.
I have the sword, you have the money. Let's go.
Fucking men of the wrong.
Okay, this is not where I want to go. I want to not be here, because this is a dead end, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so then what do? Can I walk under here? Yes, we go over here and we go to the right. Alright, time to go stinking do some double dealing near the Cave of Wonders, probably.
Lightly and dark, fresh from the the finest fabrics, fresh from the
Oh, see, I thought that was a monster in the background, but no, it's just a tree. It's just a stinking palm tree. Also, why the heck are people calling me today? Southern Velcroy Desert. It's like the one time I'm actually early for something, people are like, "Hey yo!" So you want to talk? And I'm like, nah, I don't. If I did, we'd be talking already. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing. These people stinking fly. So hold on, I have this. I don't even know how I do punishes. Like, I guess it just happens. This is full way. Man, now that I'm looking at it, we still have lots of places to go in this stinking game. Holy. Like, there's still lots of parts of the map we, like, just haven't gone to yet. Tang Tong. Penny. We'll still have to come back around, at least in the desert area, so we can go and destroy the crystal that's here too. Legit, how are we not dying? That's the real question here. We're gonna be meeting right above a ravine. Seems legit.
I'll take it from here.
That's a lot of crystals.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere, no matter where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem. My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both.
You're in cahoots. Ah. Well, is it really double crossing if, like, you know, we're not gonna report them, we're just out to make them not alive no more? There's a difference, yeah? So basically this is Final Fantasy's drug deal. We're just dealing in stinking the crystals now. Instead of crystal meth, it's literally just crystal. Just.
I'm just getting warmed up.
I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, did they have a healer? Did I have a healer? They do. Okay, they had a healer. They see us rolling. For great justice. Oh gosh, they got a black chocobo. Please. Okay, it's not outrageous. There's reasons. See, I didn't want to do this. They made me do it, Peta. I missed. The Chimkins aren't even like really even fighting. They're just kind of existing over here. Look, you don't blame them though.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Enough.
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly, buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking Crystal's men for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, now it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
Alright, Aladdin. I see you. Man, the dude just needs a monkey now. Sometime later.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Don't worry about it.
Clive.
Oh, come on.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard. Here, wear this.
I'm just collecting all the pins, aren't I? Seal obtained the desert road from Lubor.
Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubor.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Stelan. Tu Isaac Elith.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive. So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
Well, that was a lot of stinking random side nonsense that technically really didn't even need to be here. But, you know, gotta pad the nonsense and give us a meteorite somehow. What are meteorites used for? Oh gosh, now we got side quests. Well, I mean, we're here. What do you want?
Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I. Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Saver, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
Alright, so I need to go and help this guy figure out what the heck this riddle means because your boy does not have cliff notes. Wait, not it. Is it me or does this dude have multiple things he can say?
You wish to talk?
Oh, okay.
Honored.
Okay, he does have multiple things he can say, so if they actually do have more than one thing they say, then they'll have multiple little boxes. Whatever, let's get these quests out and done with.
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough. Knives, is it? First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
And she has a bear stinking, making that nonsense. I don't know what's in a good knife, right? Because like in Nigeria, a knife is a knife is a knife. You see one knife and everybody just, they use it for everything.
The baths are, closed for scrubbing. Please bear with us a little longer.
Closed for scrubbing? What's that supposed to mean?
All those years of toil, every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
You all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalamil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you, go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
Okay.
All right. I'll go and take a look.
Wonderful. It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
If you say so. So apparently the waters in this place are far too hot for a bath. Even though, like, you want a hot bath, but this is, like, too hot for a bath. This is kind of like a bath that I would take. So
They've opened the gate.
it's not normal.
True to his word.
Back to the fang now.
Anything I can interest you in?
Platinum sword. Need. These are all monkey. Wait, lightning rod. This might be useful.
My thanks. Here you are.
I have money. I actually have money. Hold on.
Well.
All right. Pile drive. Judgment bolt. Oh, what the heck is lightning rod then? What in the world is lightning rod then? The heck? Breath of lightning. Lightning rod. Do I not know it? Oh. Okay, I don't want it. I don't want it. I bought that for no reason. Okay, well, hello, Hunter.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. Your knife snaps every time you use it. You'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
What do you want?
So long as
Directions?
the Deadlands.
Either take this road to the Fang, or piss off back the way you came.
Rude as heck.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubo?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Telmeki and Walud are allies, and as you've seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
He cares, kinda, not really. Alright, well, I'm actually not trying to do the story, but there's a side quest nonsense over here which we are going to
Drake's
stick
Fang
and
should
do.
be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
Is it me or is it just bright as heck? But then again, this is a stinking desert, so what I expect.
Come on, girl, the gate's open now, we can press on. Don't tell me you put down roots.
Traveling merchant, hello.
I do. Trader, are you? Seeking your fortune down in the golden sands of Dalamil? From mercantile stock myself, as it happens. You'd never guess, but I was born just down the road in Dravost. And like my old ma and pa, I've been wandering the world hunting Gilbard's blessing ever since. Reckon I might have found it too. You've heard about the famous healing waters they got round these parts, right? Well, I'm thinking if I can find a little pool of my own, dress it up a bit, lay on drinks and fancies and whatnot, I'd have a license to mint Gil. Soothing your aches and pains with a grape in your gob and a glass in your hand. There's nothing people wouldn't pay.
So this guy is just trying to get rich quick. Okay, so it seems the reason why the water...
What are those things?
The reason why the water is so hot is because there are bombs chilling in the water. Bombs are hot. Or at least from what I know, bombs are stinking hot. So, that explains a whole lot. There doesn't seem to be actual enemies around here though, so those bombs are kind of weird. Well, that's a stinking scene change, isn't it? Okay. Hello.
Something awful's taken up residence in the springs. You'll turn back if you know what's good for you.
Bro, don't tell me what to do. So these are the springs where we get our water from. And by get our water from, I mean... it's hot. It's getting hot in here. Take off all your clothes.
That explains the heat.
Fight fire with lightning.
Finished.
Get over here. I saw some black things around here too. I'm not too sure what the heck they were. What the heck was this combination stuff? Oh, is that this? Oh, it is. Extreme down thrust. Wait, hold on. Okay, I don't know what extreme down thrust is, but apparently I did it. Maybe it was cool. Stop hitting me. You don't wanna... I kind of wish that they gave us a fourth thing, because you would think we would have enough room for a fourth thing here.
Frying pan.
Wait, there's more? Oh, Old Faithful. Alright. You don't have a thingy on... Oh my god, birds! Coronation? What are you... Oh, I'm not trying to use... Oh gosh, I used like 2 potions in a row. I was not trying to use potions there, but I did. Alright. One's dead. Stop it! Alright, there you go. Alright, that's it for those 2 things.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
I do like how we're just completely fine with just literally doing the tiny little things for people, even though, you know, we're literally the Avatar and we're just...
This is no good.
I don't even know anymore. Alright, so, a knife needs to be sharp and reliable. Like everybody else thinks.
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalamil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalamil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light. Meaning someone is going to be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favourite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Search
The most fragrant herbs and
the desert for the metal trader. Honey? Wait, what? Why? Oh, come on, man. We don't even get anything good for this.
There he is. I was hoping we'd be seeing you again. The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
It was stinking bombs, man. Stinking bombs.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
Alright, well, at least the bath is working. Is the remix to Ignition. Hot and fresh out. Wait, did I just get a Scarletite? Hold on, I think I just did. So I'm guessing... Did they just give me a Scarletite? They did! So, I guess doing these dumb side quests are good, because Scarletite. Ooh, okay. Even if they are boring, because, you've played any Final Fantasy, or maybe even just games in general. All I know is that Final Fantasy, stinking, Final Fantasies and, The World's End With You. Scarletite is, very few, far in between, and or just Omega hard to get, so... Scarletite seems to be easy to get here, just good luck finding it. I don't know any other desert songs besides Arabian Nights, so. I do like having just random NPCs like walk around as well. Oh, look at the that's cool. Chimgins. Those are some really deep, hard staying like things though. Alright, so where is... Oh, hello.
Any luck? Or will you be needing help up with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
The limestone? Fine. I can hardly abandon you now. Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly.
But I don't understand. If this dude is trying to, like, is taking a test to, what's it called, be a thing, you would think they would give him the materials he needs at the actual forgery place, unless they legit expect you to have your own mats when you come to work, which is basically the American public school system. But you know what? This is back in the day. What do I know? Okay, so literally this entire place is made of limestone. Why don't they just have it already then? Legit. I can't even see where this limestone's supposed to be because it's just so bright.
One rock looks a lot like another, but hopefully this is what Sava needs.
And if it's not, my guy, it's literally not my problem. Speaking of which, I need to buy more potions because I may or may not have spammed 3 for no reason.
Anything I can interest you in?
Potions, please.
Here you are.
Alright, so we got your limestone. I don't know. See, I just know that limestone is pretty brittle. Like, I think limestone is where you get, like, chalk and stuff, I believe. But you know, if you do it right, I think it can also be turned into marble. I'm not too sure. I forget the marble comment, I don't know rocks. But limestone is basically chalk, so you can melt it? I thought it would just, like, burn, but no.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that? You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for.
Sometime later. That's supposed to be a knife.
That'll do, I reckon.
That looks like a stinking
knife
arrowhead.
From the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
It's monkey-looking.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well.
I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalamil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava, know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable, but only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
Okay.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
I'm stinking used to it.
Pass your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
Thanks, but no thanks. I don't carve. If they gave me a scarletite out of this, then we out here. But wow, thanks, game. Oh, this is completely useless. But what are you gonna do? Alright. Let's head over to Drake's Fang to see if we can finally see your boy Kupka with his armlessness. Well, okay, he has arms. With his handlessness. We're level 32, max level's 50, so I don't know how much longer we may or may not have. I want to say we have to be at least past halfway through. Let me see, I'm at how many hours now? I'm at 25, but I have been doing side quests. So if 35 is how long it is without side quests, we should be basically just past halfway.
Come on, girl, the gate's open.
I know we're gonna end up killing all the stinking crystals at some point. So we have 3 crystals left. And I know that big ol' stinking hole in the water has to have something to do with something, whether it be a story or what. But I don't know. Also, luckily I have not been spoiled about anything, somehow. Yay. What are y'all doing, yeah?
Broken down, you say? From the weight of its load?
Aye. The guards are furious about it. You do well to steer clear.
Nani?
Get
get that damned wagon fixed. Unless you'd rather our men in Dalamil starved.
The axle's gone, Captain. There's nothing I can do.
You know, we literally could go through here. There is space for us to walk through here. But obviously they won't let us because that just makes too much sense. Whatever, we don't need to go there anyway, so... Where would that take us anyway? Over here. Alright. I shot the sheriff. But I did not shoot the deputy. The jaw. Of what? Oh, this is like a savannah.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Well then. Oh, that's the crystal, I think.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Aw.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
Please don't kill his uncle. It seems like every time we go to a major event, I'm always just like, please, don't kill this person. Okay, Drake's Fang, southwestern Dalmatia. Unlike the other mother crystals of Valstea that tower above the realm, Drake's Fang lies buried deep within a hollow crag scholars called a geode. Ooh. It's a rock. It's actually kind of cool looking. He's trying his best.
Why do they start? What has that gutter rat done to me?
Oh, okay.
Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rosfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
You already said that.
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
I don't think so.
Truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued.
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rosfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did.
Wait, did she?
Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Well, this ain't. So we're gonna fight Titan.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the
here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Wait, what? Okay, alright. I think it's pretty obvious that your boy Barnabas, the dude who rules over that weird guy, and where Benedicta was from, knows about Omega, and well, it's not Omega. Wait, is it Omega? No, it's Ultima. Whatever. I call him Omega because he looks like Omega. Looks like Omega, like, knows about Omega M and all this stuff, and whatever Mythos is. I mean, Clive is Mythos, but what the heck is Mythos? I don't know. Another thing is, how is that man who is so tiny so strong? Smells of death. Blood. Okay, well, what the heck is that? What the heck is that?
Orcs.
Orcs? Wait, this is how they make their orcs look. This is a Lord of Barnacles.
Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
Wait, there are orcs and okay. I don't understand what's going on, but okay. I'm gonna assume we don't want to deal with them. Into the darkness. Where's Lily? I need her.
Part of the Waluda army now. How the hell did that happen?
Alright.
They've spotted us.
So about orcish fodder. What? What does that mean, fodder? Is that like an actual proper term for like a certain sort of like nonsense or what? Yeah. I do that good. Okay, these orcs remind me of the Stinking Butcher.
Taken over the entire mine.
Why? But why would they do that? I mean, you know what? These people don't care. There's no point in trying to like find some actual thingy with it. Let's say, do I see an ammo? Oh, Black Mask. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess that's what I mean by stream down to us actually doing like an air combo before you come down, maybe? Don't touch me. Don't touch me like that, I don't know you.
So much for the men of the rock. Dalmekia's finest.
Yeah, about that. So that's where it came from. This is where I want to go, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Time to fight.
Mesmerizer.
All yours, Torgal.
I know what I'm doing. Wait, is it not dead? Right, die, please. Nobody likes you. Wait, hold on. Torque does damage now, hello? Alright, where am I going now? There's a shiny in here. Get this. Where to? Where to? Where to? Okay, legit, where the heck are we going? I thought that was a monster for a second. Why is it still moving?
Animals, you should never have left Ash.
True? Oh, I didn't even see this guy right in front of me. Alright, come on. What the heck is that? Why are you up there? Okay, I think I dropped him down, did I? Alright. Yo, how many of y'all is there? For great justice, could you don't? Okay, legit, how many of y'all is there? Are you supposed to be a mage? Alright. I think we should be going this way. Yep. Here. Oh, people are dead.
Stairs. This must be the way out.
Well, I mean, there's still people here. Get over here. Right. Wait, if this is how we get out, why are they making us go here? Unless I mean get out of the mine. That makes sense. Oh boy. Oh! Hello! Now this is actually the butcher.
I won't be sneaking past this one.
Wait, they can teleport? Alright, you know I deserve that one. Okay, he can teleport. They know magic. This is actually a monkey. What? Okay, I dodged that one. That's a monkey. Alright. Why am I so far away? I'm about to say, I dodged the first hit. Get over here. I ain't never scared. Okay, you know, that wasn't that bad. Yeah. Yep. Though, I mean, we're gonna be fighting Titans soon, so... Ooh, 3 meteorites. Oh, he's dead. Alright, Kupka. Get at me, my guy. Ooh. It's actually kind of cool looking since it is a legitimate, you know, a rock area.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
Now the thing is, I know we didn't come to destroy the crystal, but we're already here. We're legit already here, so... I mean, we could still do it, yeah?
Kupka never did do things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal to his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Oh dang, he did. But isn't this kind of dangerous? Because, you know, you could get like an ether flow or whatever they call it. Whatever, big bad boss fight right in front of the stinking castle. Let's go. This place looks stinking legit though, I like it. I probably should have saved.
Let the trial begin.
What trial? Oh, good. Okay. Spirits within. Okay, that was a dum dum. I have to say, Spirits Within was a monkey Final Fantasy movie. Don't mess with me. Alright, you know what? I just can dodge that. I don't care what people say. I died that one. I don't know what that means. Okay. Okay, come on, no! Yeah. This is monkey, this is monkey, this is monkey. Okay. This is where you sit down, my eye. Ignore that. Okay, this is damn down. Nope. Oh, I should have jumped that, shouldn't I have? Oh, okay. Okay, you know, I deserve that one. And there you go. The Undertaker. I didn't even know it was called The Undertaker. What? Goodbye. Goodbye. We have to go fight Titan now. Oh, who's bringing on the bridge for us?
Seems we're expected.
Aye. I expect cookies and probably some scones.
This is the power of Mythos.
I suppose so. Okay, they'll take down the drawbridge for us, but they won't open the door. Do this nonsense half done. Oh, people are dead, yay.
Did the orcs do this too?
I doubt it. Not gonna lie, I doubt it. Seems like your boy, tall, thin, and lanky, seems to have had a field day, maybe. Wait, none? Oh, hello. Wait, where did y'all come from? Feels like I'm in sticking older with some of the music. It's okay, and I see you. Y'all don't?
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
We about to find out. Hey, Nani? Bravery. Oh, I know what bravery does. It's grand. Let's not do that. No. Stop it. Stop. If I can't cast bravery on myself, y'all can't do it either. For great justice. I remember trying to get bravery and like faith in stinking Final Fantasy 12. Oh boy, those nonsenses take forever. Same thing with Renew, but Renew is kind of like, Renew is legit overkill. Basically in stinking 12, like, you know, you have Kiraga, you have Kira, and Kiraja. To be honest, Kiraja is kind of actually no, Kiraja is basically what you use because it's AoE. Same thing with Kira. Renew is AoE and it basically heals you to completely full, and it takes off, you know, Asuna-able debuffs. So to be honest, you don't really need it unless, like, you know, you're going into like a really big thingy fight, but I always have that stinking like mark instead of Kiraja because, you know, free nonsense, I guess. Like, free Asuna, kind of. Well, it's not really free, but costs a buttload of mana though. We dead? We done? We good. Alright. Is this the throne room? It is. You can sit on a throne, but that does not make you a king. It just means you have booty.
First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima?
Omega M, I got you. This seems ominous. I'm going to save once again because this seems stinking ominous. Okay, I didn't mean to make two. I did not mean to make two, but here we go. Oh, nice. Okay, this guy again. Alright, I didn't mean to do that to you. Targeted the wrong one! Get over here. How? Could you don't, like, just a little bit? I don't even know what that should be. Could you please don't? Wait, is that? Oh, Turtle's thingy now! Why is he thinking? I don't know, but he is. Get him, boy! Can you legit don't? And he did. You love to see it. That's not where I'm supposed to go. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, or here, I guess.
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go?
He went to suffuse himself with the big old crystal, no? Follow the light.
The heart. He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle.
This is... I'm supposed to go, right? There's no other place of me to go. Actually, no, maybe here? Okay, no, this is not where I'm supposed to go. We're going here. Alright, another big old area. The inner sanctum, Drake's Fang. Oh, grand!
Just what I needed.
I missed you guys. It's been like a good, like, 2 minutes since we've last seen each other. Hello? How's the kids? Oh, I messed up. Never. What? You're still alive? Did I not kill you? For greater justice. Can y'all don't? Can y'all actually just don't? It's too far away. Okay, someone's casting bravery. I don't know who it is. Still, someone is casting. Oh, these things. Okay. Thought I killed y'all. All right, here we go.
That better be the last of them.
They're still helping. It's him!
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka! I swear to you, my love, we will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Fred.
You get away from her! Benedicta!
That is legitimately not what happened. I don't ship that, but I'm just saying. This man has an imagination. Should you really?
Oh, shit. He's priming.
About to say, should you really go full Titan in here? Guys, I got tinnitus. His name's Ifrit. Not the baby. Or, wait, is it the baby? Hold on. It's not the baby, but the... I don't know anymore. It's not, but he's also fire. Ooh. We going on a hunt. They call me Ifrit, but I'm American, so we say Ifrit. Rocks. Oh, there's Titan. Alright, Titan. Okay, he is big. Ooh, look at him. He has. Oh, look, he has no. Oh. Okay, he can regrow his hands. That makes sense, yeah. No, it actually does make sense. Not that he really needed them anyway in the first place, but. I will say I do not like icon battles. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Woo! Woohoo! Woohoo! You want some? Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay, I don't know what that was for. Alright, I see you. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Cheater! Come back here. Why are you running? Alright, now we're playing Toho.
Nice trick. But if you can do it, then so could I!
You learned Brimstone. Oh. I'm a blue mage. Dang, this looks nice. Stone's throw. Okay, I don't know about blocking that. Brimstone. Clive has learned Brimstone. R2 plus square to emit a violent explosion to increase explosion and strength with X anytime to cancel the charge. So R2 square. Okay. So
Let's give this a try.
R2 square. Alright, cool. We have an ability now. Woo! They call me the thing that's not a dog. Yeah, boy. Don't mind me. I'm just biting at your ankles. Yeah, boy. Okay, I understood that one. Yeah, boy. Hey, yo, boy. Rude! Rude! Get wrecked, son. Wait, what's that? What is that? Or is he just absorbing power from the crystal? Yeah, okay, he is. Big booty Titan. So wait, I'm guessing he's turning Akashic now? You can be an Akashic dominant somehow? Too much of a good thing? Jonathan Fury. Oh, see, now I know this one. Whoa. Okay, see, this is how they explain how we're not gonna go and destroy the crystal because, you know, we got stinking pushed out of it. Technically, we could just go back in. Alright, so can I see? Oh! He's a big boy! And he has tentacles. Yo, I'm Sonic! It's music though. Ooh. What is legit? What is with stinking? What's it called? Soakin and just giving like Titan this type of music. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Do we destroy the tentacles and then he becomes weak? Oh, we're walking on him. We're literally Sonic. Running around at the speed of sound. Nowhere to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Okay, I guess I don't. Look at his tiny face. Titan lost. That's what this is. Behind you. Why are you hitting yourself? Oh, he lost an arm. You okay, accent. But he lost an arm, he only lost that little HP.
I've got you now.
Okay, now we fight. Dude! It's Titan! Okay, that's in hand. Alright, that's painful. Come back here. Oh, I should have jumped that. My fault. No, come back. Okay, I should have jumped that too. Legit, I know this. Why are you running? Why are you running? Okay, that's me a problem. I didn't know he was throwing stuff. I thought he was gonna. I'm just getting. I'm just taking free hits, but you know what? I'm fine with that. When you're staggered. Do no damage to him. Boss music stops. I knew that's what they wanted me to do. I remember sometimes. I did like no damage to this man. Most of the damage better come from stinking like cutscenes or something. Okay, you know what? I see that coming. And every time, I still get hit by it. Aha! Okay, you know what? I deserve that one. halfway, barely. Okay, you know what? Bro. Okay, you know, it came back. I should have known. You trying to figure out what's his hand and what's not. Take out his other hand. Yeah, boy. That's his... Okay, we just broke it. I want to break his other hand. Hey! Okay, it's still intact though. Break his hand! See, now I'm saying hand instead of arm. What to say? We'll play floaty. Oh gosh. What am I doing? Alright, legit. Yeah, boy. Oh, hello. How high am I falling from? He's still not dead. Wait, was that his head? Oh. Okay, yeah, he's dead. Okay, yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Oh, wait, he's not? Wait, he was inside it? How many times we gotta kill you, old man? How far are we gonna be sneaking falling? Dude, come on. Oh, okay. How far are we falling? Oh, okay, you know what? As long as you're not on the side of when he's doing the Earthshaker, you're fine. What? Yeah, give me that booty. Come on. Hey, come on. Bop it. Bop it. Oh, actually, he lost all of his HP, so that gotta hurt.
Ether. For the Mother Crystal. If you can do it.
Isn't this kind of... Oh yeah, because we're the Avatar. Form of a rock elemental. Just like me trying to make history. Oh gosh. Now, is he actually dead? We took his hands? Is he actually in the dirt? Like, legit? Actually, no, wouldn't that be bad? Because... I don't even know anymore. They don't. Oh wait, he brought the heart of the crystal with him? How? Wait, we can do that. Okay, Blade of Fire, let's go. How and why? I don't know, I'm not gonna question it. I don't understand. Oh. Oh, he used all of the power, so he just straight up turned into the curse. Okay. Not the baby.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Joshua?
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Okay, Omega M, I see you. Unfortunately. Man, you're creepy.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
Your boy.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
So we kind of lied when we said we weren't gonna do this, but you know, he kind of brought it to us. From stone to sand. Holy Order of the Knights Dragoon, north of the Isles of something. I don't know.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
Ah. But who is he?
Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Okay, we have a name. Dion's gonna die, isn't he? I must a good die young.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness. What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor.
Wait, what?
What is the meaning of this?
Is
my father's orders? What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah!
okay, now they have a child king. And by the child king, I mean the Wicked Witch of the East is now Empress.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
She's gonna try to shoot him on sight, or at least put him somewhere. Oh.
What is it now?
The baby!
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
So did he just like boom like half of the battalion to get in here, or what? Okay, so Dion is not dumb. Obviously, he cares about the Empire, but he doesn't care about his father's ideals. His father just made his kid brother Emperor, even though by all stinking means he should be Emperor for going by how old-timey nonsense usually goes, but it doesn't seem to matter because the Wicked Witch of the East is who she is. Well, either way, we're going home because we need some R&R. We just killed Python and we destroyed a crystal. Grav's gonna be kind of jelly about that, but I need to make sure Lily's okay. Hey guys, I'm home. Buena suerte. Wait, why did I do that? That's good luck. Out of the shadow. Well, lots of.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Kupka's dead, Crystal's dead, and Olivier, our half brother, is now Emperor. Seems legit. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a quick break, move my legs and all. Oh gosh, it's been 3 hours. I like this game. For creatures, I actually really do like this. There's another hunt. Anyway, I shall be RP. Alright, so how about taking a little longer than usual? Whew. Okay. Lots of nonsense happened. The baby is now meeting with your boy Dion. Olivier is the emperor. But by really saying Annabella is the empress. Kupka's dead. He was a rock. Legit, the worst thing about Kupka being turned into a rock is that he reminded me of like the busts that they used for what the heck's it called? Physical 100. For any of y'all who don't know what Physical 100 is, it was a show, well, technically still is a show on Netflix, basically trying to find out what's the best, like, physical body, like, what's the best body and just in general, just a buttload of, like, you know, gym rats and stuff, doing challenges. It's a Korean show, dubbed in English, and I can tell you, the English dub is trash, but to be honest, I think I prefer the trash English dub to reading the sub because, I don't know, whatever voice actors they got to dub over the voices, like, they're trying way too hard, and it's kind of entertaining. It's a good, bad entertaining. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's good. Physical 100 is a really good show. I truly recommend if you have Netflix. Lily! Grab her! I'm gonna talk to Nectar first. Alright, who's trying to kill me? For great justice, why is there 5? Oh wait, my fault. I was wondering, like, wait a minute, what the heck? Alright, we don't need music anymore. A hill to die on. Great, a buttload of bees. A Grimalkin. The 9 of knives. That's a ninja. Breaker of war. This is an S rank. This is an S rank and they don't tell me where it is. Nice. Urgent notice to all curse breakers. Due to discovery of a fallen giant in the Rosian ruins we have lately been investigating, all work in the region is to be halted with immediate effects, and all members to proceed no further than the village gate, lest the echo should be awakened by our presence. No further action may be taken without Sid's express permission. So, a fallen giant, aka one of the old world. This is a stinking S rank. This is a stinking S rank. I have a terrible feeling about this. We're probably gonna do it anyway. All right, let's talk to our girl and our boy and this guy. Hey guys, I killed somebody.
Clive, you're back.
Yeah.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more. Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away? Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian. Thank you. I will.
Amon's work is never done. Never. Hello.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
Yeah, boy.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waluders must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
Story time. 2 crystals left.
The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Walud? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Don't I have people to do this for me? Alright, well, let's go tell them. The king is dead! Long live the desert. I don't know. I don't know who's next in the line of succession. They didn't have like a real proper king. They just had whoever had the most money, I guess. Slash, you know. Yeah. Actually, no, let's go talk to Tomes. My guy Hippocrates. Well, it's Harpocrates, but my guy Hippocrates. There's a difference. One has a Y in it.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
Hey.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Hey boy. Alright, we're gonna meet one of the good ones. Okay, this is what's with the slowdown actually? Apparently I've been hearing some things about like this game melting people's PS5s, which I'm just like, really? Karen, hey girl.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
No more looking over our shoulders then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head though. Well, don't just stand there gawping.
Enhancer. Okay, well,
You're rubbing me blind.
not yet. Not yet. Just because, I want to see if I can upgrade it. Not. Oh, we can buy a Y right now. Oh, she has Meteor.
It'd better
How many can I
be-
buy? Okay, she's.
You'll not find a better price than that.
Oh, I can buy as. Oh, okay, so.
It'd better all be here.
Okay, there we go.
Finished, are you?
Oh, hello. Hey, goats.
Welcome home, Clive. I was hoping you'd be back soon.
I missed you too, Hodor. I missed you too. Hey, my guy.
Blackthorn. Do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Yeah, boy. Alright, Otto. Where is he at? He's back at the thing. So, I broke Crystal. Stinking your boy Kupka is dead. And, yeah.
You've barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down at that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Alright, let's go see Girl Mid. Where in the world? Okay. This place should not be as confusing as I think it is. Hey, Mid.
Don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Okay, so now we're helping her build the stinking Enterprise. Nice. Though usually, I'm trying to remember, usually the main ships in Final Fantasy, are they usually called the Enterprise? I'm actually not too sure. Alright, we need to go and talk to Blackthorn. Which we should anyway, because he might have more junk for me. I did buy that sword that I don't have equipped yet, so it might be better in the long run. Blackthorn, my guy. I need help.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Thermal plating designs.
Krieger's teats. what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy, though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin-Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual saw grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Velcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with.
Woohoo! Oh my god. Alright. Cover the necessary materials. Where am I going?
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
Well, tell with me, Gav, hear me. Hey Gav, let's go.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting him fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Alright. Off to get the Stardust. Make way for the south of the Velcroy. We're going back to the desert, but first off, I want to see what I can make.
So, what'll it be?
Enhancer plus. Okay, this basically makes it as good as my thing. Go. You can make. Why would I want to make two? There's legit no point in making two. Let's see. Silken sash. All of these are Drake Slayers, but I already have one. These are monkey Drake Slayers. Ooh, I can make this now, and I have a Scarletite. All right. To me.
If I do say so myself.
Okay, enhancer +2. Let's do this.
Yeah, that should do you.
Mushy mush. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. You be out here. Any side quests? No? Good, because forget that nonsense. Alright, so we do have a lot of hunts to do. So I'm actually gonna go back and take a screenshot of my OBS to see where... Actually, I can't do that. I'll literally just have to write them down because I will not remember. And I don't think there's a way for me to see it unless I come back here, which I'm not doing. So, that's okay. So, give me a moment. We like to write all this nonsense down. Okay. Let's see. View the hunt board. Now. This seems like stinking death. But I know if you're good enough, you probably would have been able to do this at level 1. But I don't know. Alright, so Hail to Die on Velcroy Dale. Okay, so basically where we're going. So Velcroy Desert Dalmatia. Alright, where's this one? This one is Empty hovel. Same place. Let's see. The cattery. Wow. The cattery. Same, okay, same place. Are these all in the desert? Yeah, the jaw. Literally just walk around, we find all of them. And then who knows where this is? I have a feeling they said in the Rosarian ruins. We have lately been investigating. All the work in the region has been halted. So, let's see. And then there's the Rosarian ruins. I'm not 100% sure where these ruins are, but I'm gonna maybe assume it's near Phoenix Gate? I have half a mind to try and just go and try it now. I know it won't work out, but I just realized what my stinking sword looks like. It's so boring. Whatever. It's stronger, that's all that matters. It's so boring looking. Boys go to... Wait, where am I going? I don't need to do this. What am I doing? Okay. Oh great, there's side quests here. Oh great, there's side quests here. Oh my god, it's grand. Actually, hold on. Let's actually go back up because I'm not too sure if talking to those people unlocks more side quests, because if they do... Well, for now, seems like we're just mainly gonna be doing stinking side quests and hunts. Well, we did do a big old thingy of stories, so... Okay, well, see, he hasn't done new, so...
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
Hey, Cricket.
Anything catch your eye?
For great justice. Okay, see, now I have to do this. For great stinking justice. Nothing usual. And this isn't...
Seen enough?
Actually, no. They just show up on the map anyway, don't they? Hold on. Yeah, they show up on the map anyway, so there's no point. Okay, there's literally no point in talking to this man.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
What's the point of highlighting this if there's nothing here?
Best of luck out there, Sid.
Alright, later. Alright, let's get her done. Everything is like around here. So I guess... Okay, you know what? First I said we would try around here. Okay, let's see. I don't know. I don't know where the ruins would be, actually. We'll go here, and then I'll see if I can see where the ruins would be. Because if we can kill this big boy real quick, like... Oh, it won't be real quick, like... Let's see. I can't go down there, whatever the heck down there is. Oxcry Cliff, the Amber, Scallop Rock, Buick Bridge, Quietlands, Bristol, Silken Strand, Port Isilde, Lazarus District. Where would... Okay, that's the dim, but like... Does that take us to the castle then? What the... Or does that just take us off the map? Okay, it just takes us back to the world map, but like... I don't know where this would be then. I technically could just ride around until we maybe just randomly saw it, but there was an area that had this stuff. Don't know where it was though. Maybe It wouldn't be in the dim, would it? It wouldn't make any sense because nothing's over there. Don't know. All right, you know what? Forget this nonsense. We're going to the desert. Actually, no, we're not going to the desert. We're going to Sandbreak for the side quest. Because heaven forbid, I don't know. I don't know where the big boy is. So I guess we'll find it eventually. Right away. Alright. Okay, well, off to the Hanged Man.
Good day to you.
I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm trying to make him change his ways. Oh, hello, you. What do you need me to do now?
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Sure, why not? Have nothing else to do.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right, I will.
Alright, so we need to go and talk to people about suspicious sightings.
Right.
Stinking.
What have to say?
Alright, they're all over this stinking moon.
This is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Alright, have you seen anything weird around here? And if you have, are you willing to talk about it? You. Yes, you. Sweeping up dirt from dirt.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it. Screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me. And I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't even have to talk to anybody else. Heck yeah, we chose the right person.
Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
I mean, we're already gonna go do it, so. Search for shadowy figures in Lambert's Pass. So either some people making jokes, some people trying to think that they're actually better than everybody when they're actually not, or ghosts. Where are these shadowy figures? Where they be at?
You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
Is this taking black stormtroopers?
Here.
Why are they here, actually? Y'all are random. Man, I haven't seen y'all in a hot minute.
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us. Don't leave here alive.
Do you even know who I is? Legit? Oh, come on. Of course there's more of you. Who wants some? You midget? Alright, you know what? I think that's the first time I've actually missed. like legitimately straight up missed because apparently I wasn't even near targeting anything. Y'all want? Wait, who's healing? Alright, where's the healer? One of y'all. This one. Stop it. Stop.
Get him! Over here!
Alright, get wrecked. Well, now we know who those shadowy figures are. Why were they here? Who the heck knows?
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need to warn Quentin.
Alright, so you got some black stormtroopers out here. Don't know why they were here, but they were, so take that information how you see.
Good day to you.
Yo, don't mind my sword. I know it's monkey, but don't worry, it gets the job done kinda sometimes. I prefer my other one.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lost Wing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lost Wing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And Everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Okay. Well, for great justice. I guess they're going to war. Not my problem. Not my problem at all.
I'm not going to change his mind.
No, you are not, and I'm not going to attempt to either, so we are out. Good luck with that, y'all. Later. Alright. Okay. Now, what do you want, you random?
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
Seems very random, but okay. Trust a rando to go and find your apprentice.
Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised.
All right.
Oh.
Then that's where I'll start.
I didn't mean to click it, but okay. Use your loaf. Okay. But this guy is somewhere over here near the jaw. So, let's see. Akroy Desert Damakia. Somewhere around here is where the mark is. Before I go and kill myself, let's think and do a quick save. Fade into darkness. Okay. We're gonna quick travel here, because there's somebody in here. Also, where the heck is that gosh, that blinded me. Where the heck is the empty hovel? Titan's Wake. Steps Forgotten. Bonded Sped. Legit, I don't see where the empty hovel is. Unless it's supposed to be like somewhere up here, but it would be marked, wouldn't it? Huh. Don't know. If anything, we're looking for something around here. I don't remember if it said northern or not, but you know what? Let's get Ambrosia here. We're just gonna be running around until we find something. I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I don't know what it's supposed to do.
Fly, Ambrosia.
All I know is that's supposed to be around here. I really have no idea what it was. Actually, was this the one where it did not have?
That'll do, girl.
Wait, is this it? Oh no, it just doesn't want us to have her in here for reasons. Would it be around here? Alright, you know what? Fine. I want to fight? Let's fight. I'm trying to find something legit out here, and y'all are just knowing me. Alright, easy. I guess they didn't want us to ride her here because it's just really small or something. One of the main reasons why I want to do like all the side quests and stuff is because unless we might have another stinking weirdo time skip, I don't want to miss out on anything.
Come on.
Whether it just be items or maybe a cool fight. Whatever I'm supposed to be fighting is somewhere in this desert. Just out nowhere. I don't know if they said northern. I don't know if they just said the desert. All I know is that it's supposed to be around here. Somewhere. It'll show itself. It'll either force me off Ambrosia or it'll like... or I'll see it. Desert dogs. I'm about to say, I'm still in the desert, right? At least the right part of the desert. Chimkin! Nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Y'all are not important enough. Probably won't be over here, but... probably should have read it more. Though to be honest, I think if for whatever reason I can't find any of the hunts that I'm looking for... Oh! I think we found it!
Be safe.
Oh, I think we found it. Alright, what the heck are you? What in the world is you? Oh, it's an Adamantoise! Dude! That's the Tokolon. That's the Tokolon. Alright. Alright, let's see. Get over here.
Well, Clyde.
Yo, it's a stinking Blastoise. Okay. Ooh. Literally a Blastoise. I got you. I see you. Oh. Huh. So I cannot hit its shell at all. Oh, that's nice to know. How about this? Does this work? It does. I wonder if it's staggered, I can still like just hit it wherever, because otherwise it does not seem I can hit this nonsense. Yeah, it takes like no damage from like its front. That counts though. Okay, I can hurt it, but I have to do it from the front. Oh, this is fun. Fun mechanic. Woo! I don't know what this means. I'm not doing no damage to it because like it's not on the front. Alright, you know what? Fine. What? What do you mean? You know, not that hard. Once I figured out that literally it is a stereotypical video game turtle. You can't hurt it for jack. I don't even know where his head is. There you go.
This one.
And with this, I bid thee fondue. Get wrecked, my friend. Scarlet! Oh my goodness gracious. You know what's kind of funny? In 12, as I said, it was a monograph drop. Monographs are items that you buy later on in the game that basically give, what's it called? Certain animals a different, loot table. You still get the old items that they usually drop, but they also drop something that's very, very rare. In 12, you could also chain, species. In the sense of if you bought the same, like, species over and over again, you get a chain and you get a higher drop chance for an item. Monograph drops do not chain. You either get them or you don't. And Scarletite was gotten, it's a monograph drop from, what's it called, this is where I need to go. Is a monograph drop from, a turtle in one of the, late game areas, Nabaris Deadlands, if I remember correctly. Oh! That's our man right there. Standing ever in the sun. Getting them good UV rays. Dude's about to be tan as heck. I don't trust nothing I'm saving. Also, speaking of which, I keep forgetting I can do this if I want to just know random people. The Enterprise, Gruff. Oh wait, I can't go check other people. Oh, I'll check later. Making her again. So our side quest is over here. Our big boy is over here. Alright, hold on. I can, so we get one. This is the jaw one, and then there's a place called the Cattery and the Empty Hovel, which I don't know where that would be. I don't see no Cattery. I don't see no Empty Hovel, so it's somewhere around here. I'm guessing it's probably gonna be one of these places, like one of these marked places rather than an actual big old area. But since we haven't gone to any of that, I don't know. Either way, let's fight your boy the ninja. Hey boy, how's it going, dude? You wanna fight? Let's fight! He's a big boy, actually. Holy. The 9 of Knives. How can you see? He's covered in gold, bro. He's level 38. Okay, if this is an A rank.
Let's feast on your flesh.
Nope, not into that, not into that. He hurts! Dang man, you bendy! Alright, you know what? Don't touch. Alright, alright! Man hurts! Man actually hurts! A lot! Yeah, boy! Oh, he killed people. I messed up. Dang. Nope. 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 Yeah. Don't touch me. All right. Break my potions. Okay. Nope. 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 Do not want. All right. You know, I keep messing with that. I don't even know why I bought it. Nope. 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 Not about that one. Woo! Woo! Nope. Do not want. Do not want. Nope. Nope. Woo! Want some of this? Want some of this? I don't know what this means. He's cheating. This dude's Chuck Norris. He can swim through land. Yeah, boy. Woo. Nope. 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 I'm really not trying to get hit. Oh gosh. Yeah, boy. Ah, boy, it burns. Not really. Not into pain like that. Okay. Oh boy, it burns. It burns a lot. It burns a lot. Nope. 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 Get away from me. All right. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no way. All right. All right. I still got elixirs. Oh, please die. Okay, he hurt. He hurt a lot. Ow. Alright. Okay. Oh boy.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Get wrecked upon, my guy. Alright, there's a side quest we're doing, right? Oh, that hurt. That hurt. Ooh. Okay, so there's something here we're looking for. Search the area for your boy's assistant. Around here somewhere. Would he be dead? Oh no, it is. He's contemplating. Hey there, my guy. How goes the hunt?
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? I'm certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the mother crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin. But I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Remember to focus on your work.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the Fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right. What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
I have absolutely no idea what I just did. But you know what? It probably was for the best.
You won't be needing an escort then.
Seems not. Okay, the only other places were the cattery and the hovel. We already did the jaw. I don't know where the cattery or the hovel are, so I might just not be able to do it for now, I guess. Hopefully, the game will do like it happens right before we lost our boy Sid, and they'll be like, hey yo, you won't be able to come back. Make sure you do your due.
Herbs and spices.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
Well, there we go. We saved this. I don't know what the point of this was, but okay. If anything, now we're actually going to be going over here to get the materials that we need for our girl mid.
You have to use the good.
It would make a fine.
Okay, over here. Hopefully it's not too bad, and then we'll be on our next stinking quarry. What we're waiting for right now is to hear of news from our uncle about the royalists.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav?
He's somewhere here. Sniffing out. Oh, Chocobo! Chimkin! Yo, boy.
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of this stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
let's go and get whatever this nonsense is. Probably just some really pretty rocks that when made into an alloy does something, who knows. But you know, the world's ending, we're killing people, and we have time to go on stinking fetch quests. Stardust.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Maybe that's the point. Are we Gucci Gooch or we still need more? Okay, I guess we still need more. Okay, I wasn't trying to, you know, pet you, but sure. Wait, apparently there's a achievement for doing this 5 times in a row. Oh, there, or just 5 times in total. You can pet the dog. Yes, you can, because apparently that's a requirement for modern gaming. Still one more. I don't see. Where's the last piece? The fact that it's saying letting off Steam 1 does not give me good notice for this. There's gonna be a letting off Steam 2, isn't there? Speaking of which, oh, there it is. I need to buy potions.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
Yeah, bro. Oh, that's a lot.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat? Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right, that's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
Speak with Blackthorn. We're going back to the nonsense. Where are we going? Take me home. Country road. Because I don't know how to get anywhere else. Blackthorn.
This is all Blackthorn needs.
We've gotten you your stinking sawdust or whatever the heck this nonsense is. I like how Torgal just runs around. He goes where he pleases. Hey, my guy. Oh. Otto seems kind of messed up, isn't he?
Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You'll be sneaking around on your Todd all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Now I know all those are just
better
for
be
me.
getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
He cracked the crystal too? Joking.
It's no joke.
There's nothing left but a crater. Yes. Yes. I still don't understand. Okay, I understand that Kupka went into the crystal to get its power or extra ether or whatever, but does that mean he just straight up absorbed the heart? I don't understand how the heart was like right above him afterwards. It just seems kind of random, but this is Finaru Fantagi. Hey, maid, we got your junk, or some of it.
Don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name?
What's her name? Right.
What's her name? Alright. Hello, Helena.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing.
The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Now, is this the ruins for that S rank? Because if it is, boy. Okay, well, we finna die. Make for La Bear's Pass. Before we go to La Bear's Pass, wait, actually, hold on. Where the heck is La Bear's Pass? Oh, no, it's not what we're looking for. Feels bad. We'll still go here though, because I can buy potions here. See, and it obviously can't be that easy.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Oh yeah, they're going to war. Yeah, they're going to war. I did a side quest.
You know what you have to do.
Well, you know what? That's actually kind of cool. I thought they wouldn't change anything, but yeah, we take those.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine.
Meteorites.
I trust it's all here. I hope it's to your liking. Ah, yes.
Alright, we're going over wrong way. Dang it, I need a mini-map. Okay, I'm going the right way.
Come, my children, the reckoning is nigh.
The reckoning is stinking nigh. But I don't know if it's the reckoning that you're talking about, but yeah. What's weird is, like, I want to know what happens in the story. I'm not, like, omega, like, engrossed in it, but I am extremely intrigued. Like, obviously, I don't want to be spoiled in any way, shape, or form, but I'm not, like, chomping at the bit to, like, know what happens right now. I'm just more confused and I want answers for a couple things. This is probably how people who are watching stinking Game of Thrones, where I didn't watch Game of Thrones like that, I just know some stuff because it's stinking Game of Thrones. Fluffy watched it, but yeah, so I'm just like, I don't understand. Oh, look at it! A level 13 Block Widow! I do not care! Aha! You know what's weird? Lily said that she would be with us on our next adventure. Where is she? Well, technically, I guess this isn't an adventure, it's a stinking fest quest, so you know what? Girl smart. Girl stinking smart. Why am I walking? You know what, whatever, I'm already here. Why the heck was I walking? I have a chicken. I don't like this sword. Sword's monkey. Hello, people. I may or may not have brought some stuff here. Okay, there we go.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
So what's this creature? I stinking swear, if it's a cactuar. Ooh, chest!
Anybody home?
Oh, it's a black Ariman.
Be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
Unwanted visitor. Thankfully, this doom doesn't actually kill you, or at least I don't think it does. Also, this thing's only level 30, so...
Nice try.
Get back here. Get away from me. Get away from me. I don't know. I don't want to know how much damage this does. Oh, come on. It's too late. Alright, let's go.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
Wasn't much.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Well, that was monkey, but whatever. They have curse breakers with them. They won't die. Right? Okay, we're gonna go see Mid again, and there's one more part we gotta go do, and then she'll finally go and see her dad. I want to see where Sid's buried too, not gonna lie.
We're seeing troops amassing at every
Okay, let's see. Does it tell us anywhere about the other stuff? Empty hovel Demacia. Fields of Karava. Fields of Karava. Just off the sickle. Fields of Karava and just off the sickle. Hold on, so where the heck would that be? I actually have to see the stuff, but you know what? Let's see. Fields of Karava. Maybe I'll be able to find it now? Because I say for the other one, it's like just off the sickle into the jaw. It's off the sickle into the jaw. Lies a dead end canyon. The dead end. Okay. Leads from Damil to the jaw. Okay. This is near an abandoned village. So I actually should be able to find those now. Aki, where's Jill? Really?
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Hippocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Right away.
Alright, let's go see what our boy Hippocrates has to say about this nonsense. Where is Lily? Is she still inside the thing? Is she still inside the infirmary? Because I don't think I've seen her walking around. Let me see. Where is she? That is not that is not the infirmary. Here we go. No, she ain't. Where the heck is she? Lily! Alright, I see it, Let's...
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
Token... Oh, that's a lot of ability points. Speaking of ability points, I have a whole lot, which I have not used. Let me upgrade. Where's my big bang? Here it is. There we go. All the damage is... Alright, anything else that I would want to... I don't use this. I don't use this either. Oh, this can be mastered. So can that. Okay, we're gonna... No, that's mastered. That's gonna do a buttload of stinking thingy damage now. If I can actually, like, you know, get a good couple hits on. Hello, my friend. How goes the hunt? I come seeking knowledge.
Hippocrates, do you have the moment?
For you, Clive, always.
Well, actually, it's for mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of... pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragon fire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
On a random note, I was just on Twitter. Oh wait, hold on. Lily!
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Speakers are trees.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus. I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
It's stinking obvious.
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Okay, make for Northreach markets, and we're gonna go get some weird food items that will somehow help us not make this boat explode. I don't know. Either way, we're also going to be going to... We're gonna go and see if we can actually find those hunts that I was looking for. So, let's see, where the heck were they? Where did I put it? Field of Carava. And so, let's see. There should be... This is... The cat is near the sickle, which is between here and the jaw. A dead end. Fields of Carova. Wait a minute. Okay, so they're literally right here. Okay. Oh boy, that's a stinking trip, but... Alright, we're going. We're fighting a cat and some bees. I don't know how many bees, but we are fighting some bees. Oh yeah, I did just notice that, like, Kuka's men are gone. Alright. I don't like this area, it's way too stinking bright. Hey, Ambrosia!
Ready, go?
You match with the background. Alright, let's see. It should be around here. That's where we're going. The bees should be closer than the cat, if I'm correct. Yeah, this area I believe was the one. Oh, no, not here yet. Okay, this is the area that was blocked by a caravan. Now it's open. Ooh boy. There's some ruins here. Here's to hoping I don't accidentally... Oh, there's the cattery. There we go. Here's hoping that I don't accidentally see that S rank that I'm not really prepared for at the moment. Then again, am I really gonna be prepared for it? There's nothing really for me to get that could make me prepared for it. Either way, let's go get this cat. Nope. Nope. Do not care for y'all. Do not care. That's not it. Keep going down to the dead end. Wild to knock. I don't care for y'all. Do not care for y'all at all. This is really close to ruins. Please don't tell me I'm gonna find that S rank. This is the cottery. Oh! These don't even look like cats, they look like hyenas. Whatever. Here he is. I see you. I see you, lady. Grimalkin. Rank C. How you're not even a rank A. Get wrecked. Oh, we can't even fight her yet. Alright.
Over the pack, is it? Let me introduce you to mine.
How many of y'all are there gonna be? For great justice! How many of y'all is there? Okay, I didn't mean to do that one, but fine. Oh! It hits twice! Oh, we learned something today. When you upgrade that nonsense hits twice. Oh boy. How many more of y'all want this? You Gucci yet? Alright, now Mama's coming down.
And then there was one.
It's kind of a cool looking cat. Very, very muscular. What? That's a monkey. I am out here. Come on, get over here.
Nice try. Over here. Too slow.
Easy money. Think Mark. Is that from Breaking Bad? I didn't watch that show, so I have no idea, but
That wasn't too bad, was it, Torgal?
alright, well, there's one. Next one would be in the fields of Carava, somewhere around here. So we're going back on a trip. Get over here, Ambrosia.
Let's go.
It's not too bad. I don't know how these stupid bees are gonna be, though. And then the last one is basically a random S rank. Where exactly? I have absolutely no idea. They just say the ruins, I guess, in Rosaria, if I remember correctly. I just don't know where those ruins are. I legitimately have no idea where those ruins are, so I'll need to figure that out, I guess.
Right.
Okay, you know what? No, don't touch me. Controlling the chocobo is kind of rough, not gonna lie. Okay. Waiting on that FF16 with FF14 collab. This is straight up the savannah. They say it's in a village, so I'm guessing that's the village? Heck, is that? Oh, that's one of the thingies. Just looking around, seeing what's around here. No more Fantasy Savannah stuff. Alright, so these things should be in here. Because I say it was inside a village. Where are the bees? Unless they're not in here. Oh, the empty hovel's over there. Herkuther. Okay, my fault. Apparently, even though this is an empty village, we still can't ride our chocobo in it because that makes too much sense or something. I don't know. Well, the empty hovel is above us, so let's just head over there.
Ready, go?
Not here. That's a coral. That is a coral. That is not what I'm looking for, but I want to fight it.
Thanks, girl.
That is a big old coral. You want to fight? You want to fight?
No mistakes.
Great justice, you're huge.
This one.
Alright, you know what? I kind of deserve that. It's fine. Get back here.
Over here.
Do I need to fight this thing for anything? No. But it's huge and it looks intimidating. What? And you did. Hee. Will I need a coral square for anything? Probably not, but ayo, it's dead.
Come on.
I like how I was like sitting very regally, and I was just like, nah.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Alright, so somewhere around here is where these bees are. Is it actually straight up inside here?
Safe.
Where are these bees? Empty hovel. Field of Curva. Like, where? This is the empty hovel. Yeah. I don't, unless they say near it. Oh, there it is. Haha. There's the bees. Alright, I don't know why y'all are a hunt, but okay. Hi, bees. Soul Stingers. Sounds like a band that somebody would make in high school in their mom's garage. I don't look happy. Oh, Lord! Okay. That's why they're a hunt. Noted. Stinking. Noted. That hurt. That hurt a lot. I'm not about that life, dude. Gosh, they don't get pulled. No, kill him. I'm actually not about that life. They hurt. They actually hurt a lot. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I just used a high potion for no reason. Hopefully there's only like 2 more left. Right. Okay. Don't underestimate the bugs. They hurt. They hurt a whole lot. Oh boy. Alright, well, let's get out of here. Let's go to where we're actually supposed to be because, ow. That S rank, I really want to do it, but I don't know where the heck it is. I need to figure out where these ruins people speak of are.
No. Where's Jill?
Jill. Lily. Where you at?
Do you see anything you like?
Birds raging fist. Nothing important.
I do like a customer who knows what he wants.
Keep them pilchards nice and chilled.
Lily!
Those Pepio nuts? Can never tell.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stores, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
papio nuts and some garlic.
What can I interest you in today? I hope it's your liking.
He has a singular thingy of garlic. He has 1 clove of garlic. Nice.
What do you want? Go on, take it.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Lily, I've gotten the foods.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and papio nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Anything for you, Lily. I like her. But we got bread too.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh.
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
Ah, I like it. Wait, how long have we been here?
Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Okay, bye. Alright, let's head back to the hideaway. I have a feeling we're gonna take this crystal next, and then we're gonna go here. Mainly because Dion and the baby are thinking of stuff. We're gonna wreck this crystal, and then the last crystal will be over here with your boy Barnabas, because he's working with the Asians or something. I don't know. My boy.
Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
My boy Hippocrates.
Oh, I've never dreamed.
Hi guys. Oh wait, I should have talked to Jill.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Taya how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
Aww. I'm into it.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates.
This better...
Well, I better go and give Mid the good news then.
This better be, like, the stinking most awesome ship ever known to man, because... holy, it's a lot of fetching. Anyway, that's actually gonna be it for me for today. Not too sure if I'll be on this weekend, but... whew, we killed Kupka. Hooray! Anyway, thanks for chilling. I'll probably see you guys on Monday. Bye!